What do you call a dog who studies ancient history? A archaeologist. Welcome to the stream, friends. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to some Commodore 64 variety. We're gonna play some random assortment of games. Some of them recommended by our regulars around here, and just try and have a good time. And you thought I even suggested that if we did a C64 night, it might mean that we were taking a little break from the Jankugist marathon. But then I found a Scooby-Doo game on a C64. And it's sure to be terrible, so no interruption. There are no brakes on the jank train. So I hope your Wednesday is going well, my friends. Let me have just a little bit of coffee and we'll jump in. Lucent Jelly is first in chat tonight, by the way. I have mixed feelings about this version of the theme song. It's kind of fun, but it kind of stresses me out. That's kind of like how I feel about a lot of the stuff that we do on the stream. And I'm going to try and move the microphone a little bit. Hopefully that doesn't sound horrible for you guys when I do that. Okay, so most of what we play tonight will be things I've never played before, and there may be technical difficulties. Some of these files may not actually work. So let's prepare ourselves. This one at least started up. I'm already dead? Twice? This is not good. What am I supposed to do? What? I've already reached game over. Oh, that's a wall. Can I climb this rope? Oh, you can jump. Oh, that's no good. Unless my jump is also a kick. Oh, I can punch. Oh, never mind. Okay, everything's alright. Oh, okay, it's much better now. That's a punch. I didn't know what I was doing. All right, we've got this now. This is gonna go just fine. Can I put in my initials? We didn't do very well, but we are on the leaderboard. Looks like you probably only get 4 characters. Is that a W? All right, that's got to be it. I collect this? Oh. There's a skull here. I would like to interact with it. Oh, I can't. I have to jump over it. Oh. And we cannot walk past litter that's on the ground. Scooby Snacks. Scooby Snack is an extra life. Uh-oh. And a quick turnaround. No! These ghosts? So the ghosts, like, the big ghosts look like, Pose from, Zelda. And the little ghosts look like the, ghosts from Ghostbusters on the Commodore. Except those ones are yellow, and they have a little bit more of a curve to them, but, I mean, they're very similar. The doors always open right when I want to go through them. Oh, no. Jelly's expecting an enemy on an upper level to squat down and dump a spike ball on my head like in Ghosts and Goblins. Oh, there's a hole in the floor. I should have paid better attention. We just did better at this game than anyone ever has. Look at that, top of the leaderboard. Agent Frownie is #1. Thank you for the trophies. I'll take them. You just can't move quickly in this game. You got to, like, slow down and be afraid of every door. That's the only way. That's the only way anything good is ever gonna happen. Oh, you can turn around mid-punch. Okay. That actually helps a lot. I do not think we're playing as Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo would never have the courage to punch a ghost, right? Didn't he have? But wouldn't there was another one, Scooby-Dumb, right? Wouldn't he be the character who would punch a ghost? I don't remember. Was he really brave? Scrappy is really brave. I don't remember Scooby-Dumb's personality. I mean, clearly he's dumb. It's in the name, but... Is he also, like, foolishly brave? So regular Scooby-Doo is smart Scooby? I'm afraid so. I don't know. I wonder if there is a smart Scooby. What's a word that means like smart that starts with a D? I should probably not put in my initials every time. It takes up so much time. And none of this is gonna be be remembered or matter. Oh, hang on. Can we go in this door? Nope. I forgot we jump when we press up. I was trying to press up to go through that door because, see, that door behind me right now looks different from the ones the ghosts keep coming out of. Oh, we need to get that Scooby snack. There's so many ghosts upstairs. I don't hate this game so far. It's not. I mean, you know, it's definitely like a kind of a rough game, but I like what we're up to. This idea of we're sort of running around, punching ghosts, climbing ladders. That's all right. These are all good things. Now, the look and the sound of the game are nothing to write home about. That's for sure. Like this is not gonna win over any C64 doubters. I wonder how difficult it is to learn to program for the C64 in BASIC. I think BASIC is the name of the language it uses. I wonder how long it would take me to learn to make games for the C64. I know nothing. I don't know absolutely nothing about computer software and programming or anything like this. But I have this dream. I think it would be great to I would love to make a demake of every Nintendo 64 title for the C64. I mean, even putting together one game would be a monumental achievement, much less the entire library like I'm fantasizing about. There is no way to cross this gap. I don't believe it. All right, we are now abbreviating Frownie all the way down to just the letter F. 4 Fs. It's like my report card. Oh. Buddha Fingers, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're doing well. F's in chat, Jelly says. Why would you unleash... unleash what? What is it I'm unleashing? This game or the N64 to C64 conversion? One of them's only hypothetical. This one is unfortunately real. The N64 to C64. I've talked about it a couple times on the streams. It's just a dream of mine. It's in a perfect world. I could never. It's not anything I could ever accomplish myself. I just I don't know anything about programming. But if I had free time, if I had like unlimited free time and the skills, N64 to C64 would be the dream. All of the hits. Ocarina, Banjo-Kazooie, Castlevania. A 1,000 WWF games. There's so many wrestling games on the N64. I want to see your C64 version of Mission Impossible. Oh, man. That would be a game, right? Alright, we've got a new PB. I've never been so far. I should have just titled this stream Punchin' Ghosts. What is that? A head in a test tube? Velma is free. Oh, we're collecting the gang. Oh my goodness, there are 5 levels to this game? This game is beatable? Well, we might just be here all night. I'm scared to move out of this corner. Alright, well, so there are probably 4 levels. What are these enemies? This game is wild. I was just complaining about how it looks, but it's got a lot of enemy variety. By which I mean it has 4 enemies across 2 levels, but that's more than you can say for some games. That guy, you know what? That enemy there, the one that's right above me right now, reminds me, it looks like a tube of Pringles. He's got a tube-shaped body, and his head looks like the Pringles mascot. If I use my imagination, that thing that's beneath him could even be a potato chip if it weren't, you know, being squished. Beatable is up for debate. We'll see. You know, the problem is, if this is a jank marathon game, then I'm kind of obligated to make it to the credits, right? There weren't supposed to be any marathon games tonight, but then I had to go and find a Scooby-Doo game on the C64. Oh, that's it. Oh, I thought we still had one life in the bank. Someone should sue the game designer. Someone from Pringles. I don't think claims to likeness for this mess will hold up in court, Budafinger says. And Greg adds, besides, it's been too long now. Welcome to the stream, Greg's Retro Channel. Pleasure to have you with us, my friend. We may also do, so I've got about 4 or 5 C64 games that may work tonight. To see, the thing is, I didn't test them out, so I don't even know if the ones I have work. One of them I'm really doubtful of. It doesn't seem, I don't expect it's going to work. The file is split in 2, and I'm not sure how to run a 2-part file, so it might work, but I may not be able to make it work. And the others just sometimes they're just bad copies, or for whatever reason they don't work. But anyway, we've got about 4 or 5 games to try out on the C64. Depending on how the night goes, we may also fire up Super C, because I just can't help myself. I have to keep coming back to that pain. But the official plan is just to do C64 stuff tonight. I'd really like to beat this game. I don't know if I have the requisite skill, but I'd really like for us to be able to beat this one. The others, any sort of healthy size sampling will be fine. So this will probably, while I will give each game its fair share of time, this will probably be the one we spend the most time on. I wonder if I could play with the keyboard instead of the joystick. I could probably do a lot better if I could use the keyboard. I don't know if that's an option for this one. I don't want to beat this game because of its inherent quality, by the way. I want to beat it just because it's a Scooby-Doo game, and we've been beating them all. Was it even a canon Scooby game without the sandwich minigame? Alright, let's... Back to the title screen. I don't know, maybe it has a... Maybe it does have a sandwich minigame. Alright, let's see if the keys do anything. You can press enter to start. I think I goes back to the title screen. Nope, Y goes back to the title screen. I don't think anything will move, Scooby. Yeah. The likelihood of me finishing this is very slim. I think we've only beaten one C64 game out of the, like, 24 that we've played. I mean, it depends. It depends on what you qualify. I mean, because most of them are unbeatable. So I just have to make up my own terms for calling it beaten. And if we do that, then I've beaten like 6 or 7 of them, but most of them don't really have a real sort of win condition. There are too many ghosts. There are too many ghosts in this house. No, don't respawn me above the hole, please. It didn't, but then I ran into it because I thought it was going to, and I was trying to immediately, like, hold to the right to go off of it. Oh, that was the run. We were doing so well. Now I'm just throwing all my lives away. I'm too sad to behave properly. Loyal to Soil, welcome in. I can't pause the game, but I can stand next to a wall and hold the punch button, and it's just as good. In fact, it increases my score if I do that. Oh, I wonder if I can cheese some extra lives if I just hang out in the corner long enough. But welcome in, Loyal. Happy Wednesday to you. Giving us amazing content to watch. Always thank you and hope you're having a great night. I'm having a really good night. I made breakfast tacos for dinner, and I didn't love them, but it was something new that I've never done before. And so I'm proud of myself for trying. But I think my problem is that they were too... I think the problem was the vegetables. I didn't like the vegetables in them. They had potato and egg, which were good. But then I had garlic, onions, jalapeno, and tomato, and spinach, and vegetables and eggs. It's hard for me to eat those together. I did eat them all. They weren't so off-putting as to have me abandon the meal entirely. But I think if I do it again, I will do it with no vegetables, and I would just I think I will do bacon, potato, and egg breakfast tacos, and just eat them like that. And they won't be quite as good for me, but they're not going to be something that they're not really something that I would eat all the time anyway. But I think they'll be a lot tastier. Mr. H2O Man, great to have you here with us. Thank you for joining us, and I hope your week has been treating you well. Sound good. Just remember, it's your first time, so next try will be a little better. Maybe. I think that, I don't know, might need to work my way up to eggs and vegetables. Might have helped if I'd added some sort of hot sauce to them as well, but I don't know. I've been having tortillas though. Like I've been having basically meat and vegetables wrapped in tortillas like almost every meal. I've started making my no spicy pepper omelet. Not for me, not yet anyway. I do put hot sauce on my eggs sometimes. So like, I think that's sort of the gateway to growing a better appreciation for eggs and vegetables together, is through maybe having my eggs with progressively chunkier hot sauces. That might be an approach. I agree with the sauce Loyal says. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep experimenting, but I think that next time I have them, I will omit the vegetables and just have bacon, eggs, and potatoes, because that I'm pretty much sure to enjoy. And then I'll work my way back toward having some vegetables. But I'm not really gonna make the breakfast variety all that often. I don't expect. I really like my sort of chicken fajita tacos. I'm doing real bad this round. Good luck on your journey to yolk nirvana. I do like eggs. The eggs were scrambled tonight, but I did kind of think, like, oh, what if I pan fry? Like, the potatoes were pan fried, like diced up real small, and just sort of pan fried. The eggs are scrambled, and I had I'd cooked the vegetables through in the same oil that I did the potatoes in. But I was thinking about, oh, if I do it with bacon, so I can make the bacon first, and then I can fry the potatoes in the bacon fat, and then make sure that a little bit has been reserved, and then I can do the eggs in the bacon fat as well. But maybe I'll do the eggs just as maybe I'll just do the eggs over easy, and then when I when I bite into the taco, I'll have all that like runny egg yolk inside that I like so much. It'd be a huge mess to eat though. I'll be lurking, Greg says, soon. Want to record at least some more Dragon Warrior 2 video tonight. I work the next 3 days coming up, so today's the last chance I get until Sunday. Best of luck to you, Greg. I hope that your Dragon Warrior goes smoothly. And thank you for the lurk. I appreciate knowing that you will be nearby while I struggle at these games. I've got to make some simple stuff this weekend. Jelly's going on a vacation with her mom and some of her aunts, and so I'm gonna be flying solo all weekend. So I need to make sure all the meals I plan to cook are simpler to make, since I'll be cooking on my own. I've only played Dragon Warrior with an E, a knockoff my mom got me for Christmas. This top floor is definitely the hardest floor, and I mean rightfully so, but it doesn't make me eager to traverse it still. No, I missed the jump, and I'm all the way back down here. Ah. Why does up have to be jump? Why can't jump be a button? Why does the C64 have to have only one button? I don't have that many. I don't have that many sort of bootleg games in my collection, but I do have a handful. I've got one that's. I've got one that's just a. That is just a like brazen, artificial copy of a game, like masquerading as a legitimate copy. And then I've got a couple multi-carts that I bought when I lived in Korea that have a bunch of random games with swapped out sprites on them, pretty much. We've made it to level 2 once. We should be able to make it at least that far again. I do like how some of the graphics in this game look like ye oldie clip art. Yeah, so I was saying the big ghosts look like Pose from Zelda a little bit to me, and the little ghosts look like the ghosts from Ghostbusters on the C64. Except those are all yellow, and they have like a slight banana curve to them. I disagree. I was punching at that ghost. That one I ran into. But the other one, the other one was bogus. Jump! Scooby! Alright. Oh, stage 1 cleared. Stage 2, everybody. That was really unsatisfactory. I think that's a death if I go down there, right? Nope, we can go all the way down here. That seemed lower than the starting floor, which made me think that it was not safe to come down here. I found a dead end. We can duck, but I don't know what purpose it serves. Let's see. Nope, I thought maybe it was protective. That's what I get for experimenting. So at some point there's going to be monsters we can't fight, and we have to duck under them. That's probably going to go rather poorly. Alright, so that was actually the same floor as the starting floor, the one down there. So when we fell down... Oh! There's a test tube up there. Good. Great. We know where we need to get to. Top floor all the way on the left, but we have to go down to go up. Have to go down again. No, that was risky. Oh, I got real lucky. They were coming in at the same time. On my last life. Oh, I'm dead. That's a new PB. That's further than we've ever been. By almost half a level. Can't stop looking at the big ghost little mitten. It was close. That ghost was going through a wall. I don't think they're allowed to do that. I just got really scared for a moment. This game is too frightening. All these ghosts. I thought I heard someone breathing behind me. I shouldn't play horror games like this at night. When that happens, the run is just dead. When I miss that jump up there, it saps my will to continue. If only I could play this with an NES controller. That would really be something. I would have much fewer difficulties. Operating this joystick is just not ideal. I'm looking to see if I have any Beetlejuice titles. I do not. I only know of the one on NES. I've never even seen any others. There's a Game Boy one too. Okay, that makes sense. As I understand though, the NES one is quite terrible, right? Why on earth would I want to play a terrible game? That was risky running past that door like that. No. I like when I get to the edge of a floor, just so I can take a breather sometimes, you know? this is a high octane game. I hate up to jump. I'm never gonna enjoy it. I'm never gonna not complain about it. The Scooby punching sound is like my cat digging in the litter box. Makes me think of like hailstones falling on an aluminum roof. Stage 2. Stage 2 starts you off in a pretty dangerous position. That's not what happened. This game is full of lies. One of the enemies is wider than the other, and so one of them would walk off the screen and despawn, and the other one wouldn't. That was weird. I thought I was dead. It's okay. It's not okay. Come on. This is really not okay. I don't like what's happening at all. Fred is free. We beat another level. We have a ghost that can go up and down stairs. My worst nightmare has been... They can all go up and down stairs now. No. My worst nightmare has been realized. We know this game is actually pretty good. If I didn't have to play with this joystick, if I could use the keyboard, or if I had a regular controller, I could really like this. Oh, I did. Yes, I did, Buddha Fingers. I wanted to tell you, thank you for making that. uh, it's fun to have a good laugh at my own big dumb face every now and then. Oh. We finished Crystalis last night. I don't know if you saw. I opened the manual. I didn't break down enough to ask for help, but I did look in the manual, and I found nothing useful. But then I lucked out and found the place I needed to go anyway. Yeah, after one of the wise men told me I needed a power ring to defeat the Emperor, and I was like, power ring? What? And I went looking for it, and I actually looked where it was, but I didn't find exactly where it was. I was in the right place, but I didn't find the right room. And then I went around and I talked to everyone in every town, and no one had anything else to say about the power ring. And I thought, well, alright, I'll look in the manual, I'll see if the power ring's in the manual and there's a description of it. And there was a description of it, but it wasn't helpful. And then I just went back to the place I'd been looking before, and I found a room I didn't see before, and I found the power ring right afterwards. And what else? Oh, but I really wish I hadn't opened the manual, because the manual revealed to me that there was a 5th sword. I didn't know Crystalis was a sword. So it spoiled that for me. So I wish I hadn't looked in it, but I did. C'est la vie. It was still alright. No. That guy, so yeah, the guy who left with something with a friend in Goa. I went and talked to everyone in Goa the stream before last, but you have to be in the right disguise to get it. But that's not the power ring, that's the warrior ring. I found that while I was looking for the power ring. I was like, well, are the warrior ring and the power ring the same thing with 2 different names? And then I went and tried to fight the boss with the warrior ring, and that didn't work. The power ring was just in a cave somewhere. Cows, great to see you, Scooby-Doo, that's right. That's right, the Jank Games Marathon has suffered no interruptions. We're still rolling ahead with Scooby-Doo and Powerpuff Girls games. Because I thought we were not going to tonight, but then I went and found a Scooby-Doo on the C64. And it's not terrible. It's difficult. This big dumb joystick makes it very difficult. But it might be the best Scooby-Doo game I've played. Still like Crystalis a lot. I know it has some flaws. I'm there with you, Buddha Fingers. I would definitely recommend people to play Crystalis. I would say it does have a couple annoying flaws. but it's still a really good game, and it deserves to be definitely deserves to be played a lot more. I would say I recommend it despite its flaws. It didn't do anything. It didn't do anything that was game ruining to me. It just disappointed me a few times and frustrated me a few times. Yeah. I don't really mind that they made me grind for levels, I just mind the way they did it. I don't like that your ability to attack the boss is all or nothing. That's not good. That's hard to defend. Alright, so we're gonna try this a few more times, but I'm not gonna stubbornly stick with this for hours trying to grind out a victory. At least not right away. Maybe I'll come back to it after we try a couple other games. But this does seem like the kind of thing I do think I could beat this. Maybe we should run a poll. You didn't notice, but you needed to be like level 4 to do damage to the bugs in the poison forest. I did not notice that. I thought that I was just attacking them with the wrong weapon. I think is what I thought. Or maybe I thought that I needed the bracelet or the ball or something. I don't know. I don't remember at this point. But I didn't think that my level was why they were giving me difficulty. It all happens kind of fast. The game does have a very brisk pace about it. Oh, Derek Ocean, welcome in. Pleasure to have you with us. This is Scooby-Doo. We're playing C64 games tonight. And first up is Scooby-Doo. That's unfortunate. Oh, okay. I thought I fell through two. I thought I fell through 2 floors. I only fell through 1. That's okay. But losing these lives is not okay. I cannot afford. I cannot afford so many lost lives. I'd said last night that we would. I'd said last night that we'd probably be taking a little break from the Jankugust marathon because we finished Powerpuff Girls, but I was like, well, we'll probably start the next Scooby-Doo game, not next stream, but a little bit after that. But then I went and found a Scooby-Doo game on the C64, so we didn't have to interrupt the marathon at all. Though the only problem is that this Scooby-Doo game is of much higher quality than any of the others. Did you see that backwards jump? That was awesome. Oh, that was awful. I don't know why I'm so carelessly rushing. Because I'm gonna need the lives for the next level, and I just threw them all away. I mean, it's not really that surprising, you know. Scooby-Doo as a franchise is way older than the C64, right? So, I mean, it would have to be for this to exist, but if they were of the same era. What happened? What killed me? I don't understand. Hang on, we're gonna restart. I lost a life to nothing. I must have missed something. Oh, you know what? You mentioned that the ghost has a mitten, and I didn't even see it until now. I'm losing too many lives here. No, I don't have any. I don't have any hints for you, Buddha Fingers. I'm sorry. I've got a handful of games to look at. Well, I can tell you what games I have that we're gonna take a look at, but I don't know. I don't know that they all operate. So, just because I say I might be playing this doesn't mean I'm actually going to be able to get it to work. But I've got Rags to Riches, Mayhem in Monsterland, Dropzone, and Attack of the Mutant Camels. Rags to Riches, I'm pretty sure works. The others, I don't know. I haven't tested them at all. Any of those will be new to me, you say? I think we've got another one too, called like the Castle of Dr. Creep, I think is the title. I don't think we've played that one yet either. The accidental jumping. The accidental jumping just makes me furious. If I wanted misinputs, I'd play with a Switch Pro controller. This game is hard. It's a shame we can't get any music while the actual game is running. I thought I was probably going to die there. Yuck. I can't get to the other side without a ghost spawning. Oh, that's bad. That's real bad. Yeah, this is not a redeemable situation. It was nice of them to give me a game over button. I just have to type the Y button, and it will automatically take you back to the title screen. Oh. I don't like the situation of just wait at every door, wait before every jump. You just cannot move through this game. There are no speedrunners of this game. It's not possible. Hey, welcome in, Strength for Life. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Scooby-Doo on the Commodore 64. We're using a C64 Mini tonight. So we're technically doing emulation instead of original hardware, but occasionally, you know, we have to do what's necessary. We're having an alright time. This is probably the best Scooby-Doo game I've played so far. Sorry for the punching there. There's no pause. But my friends, if you have a moment, use that link there in the shout out to give Strength for Life a follow. I was watching his stream earlier. He was playing Splatterhouse 2. How did you do? Did you finish it? My dinner and the start of my stream interrupted my ability to see the end. All right, into the level. Got halfway. Last boss I was stuck on for an hour. Was this an official release? It appears to be. I don't really do any research into these games, though. It looks like it was made by a company called Elite. It says Elite on the title screen. And it looks to me like a real Commodore game. It's not as I think the Commodore can typically handle a few more simultaneous on-screen colors than we're getting from this game, but maybe I'm wrong. Splatterhouse. The Splatterhouse games look like they could be fun. I kind of like the horror game aesthetic that they have going on. The only thing is, they don't look to me like I would have a lot of fun playing them. I generally don't like games where the player character sprite is really, really huge. And in Splatterhouse, it looks like your player character sprite is kind of gigantic, so I have a feeling that I wouldn't like the feel of the gameplay. Dead right before the end of level 2. The furthest I've gotten in this is making it to level 3. We've been there twice, I think. Someone created a Sonic game for the C64 and it plays great. That I've played. We've actually done that on the stream. I didn't beat it, but I did play that one a little bit. We might go back to it at some point because it's really good. It's tough. The gigantic sprites really are pain in shoot 'em ups. And this one, it's not too bad or noticeable. Alright, I don't remember if I said that the last attempt would be the last attempt, but we're gonna do one more. That'll put us at about an hour and a half with this game. That's a bad way to start off, though. Stretch break. Well, we just started a cycle. We can do a stretch break. I was normally I was thinking about making you wait, but I will go ahead and do the stretch break. Thank you for that first pixel, and welcome to the stream. Good to see you again. It's been a while. Wish you a good stream. Thank you for that. So far, so good. The first game is not disappointing. This is a game I'd kind of like to play all the way through, but I don't know. But I don't know that I want to put all of you through that. I think I could beat it, but I also think it might take me 4 or 5 hours. Alright, so let's take a couple minutes to do a serious stretch. All right. I think I recognize another part of this music from the soundtrack of one of the other Scooby games we played. Alright, back into it, and for real this time. I know I was dead. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. If you have a ghost coming in from each side of the screen at the same time, like, you've got to hope they're offset, because if they're lined up right, they can just crunch you, because you can't face both directions at the same time. I mean, that would be a real trick, right? Like right there, they kind of hit me at the same time. I don't know what I could have done differently. And when you jump across gaps, like, you just have to hope there's not going to be a ghost on the other side. I just hate how powerless this game makes me feel. It's over. It's over. I missed that jump. There's no recovery. BRB, we'll still be around. Might be playing a different game, but we'll still be around. Penitent Man, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. And I believe no. If you're referring to wine, I can't say that I have any in stock right now. And if you're referring to something else, I don't know what you mean. But I hope you're doing well. Powerless, try playing an RPG drastically underleveled. Well, I did that. Greg. Apparently in Crystallis, if your level is too low, you aren't even allowed to damage the boss at all. So I know all about being underleveled. It just had an experience like that just recently that irritated me beyond all comprehension. All right, my friends, what do you think? Do you think I should throw in the towel with this one? You think we've seen enough of it? Do you want me to try and grind for the glorious victory, or are you ready to see? Are you ready to see if we can boot up another game? I think we'll take a look at something else. We might pick this one back up again, though. This is not a bad game. I really wish I really wish I could play it with a normal controller though. The things that make that make this game bad are all in the hardware. All right, because and part of it's the way that I deal with the hardware, I guess. So maybe it's not all the game's fault. Let me. Sorry. I am going to make one more attempt. I'm going to do something I don't normally do. So when I play a game like this, I hold the stick like this, and I operate the stick like a D-pad with my thumb. Can you see where my problem is? So I'm going to try. I'm actually going to set the joystick down on the table in front of me and try to hold the joystick like a joystick just for once. And let me see if I could make this feel normal and if I can play any better. So let's see that. Well, the thing is, Greg, I'm not playing any of the games that officially came with it. You can add games to it through a USB stick, and that's what we've been doing. Not on the fly. Like I've already got game. I already have a USB stick with a set amount of games locked on it that I'm pulling from, but they're not the games that come with it. All right, that's gonna mean I've got to punch with a different button though. All right, maybe if I hold it like this. Let me just see. I'm gonna go slow and carefully and take everything real seriously this time. All right, already had a misinput. This is not gonna make me a better player. Yeah, holding it down on the table doesn't really do me any good, particularly because the joystick isn't heavy enough. The base isn't heavy enough. All right, that was a bad idea. It has games already loaded on it, Greg. I'm just not pulling from those. It has like 50 or so games already that come already on it, but I don't. Most of them are things I don't know about or are not super interested in. All right. So let's take a wander into something else. Yeah, sorry, it wasn't very clear there. It's like it's got I don't know, it's got a bunch of games. It's got like I said, like 50 or so games on it. Some of them farming simulator, like it's I don't know. Some of them might be quality games. I just don't know the library well enough. But some of the things that I've got tonight are Dropzone, the Castles of Dr. Creep, Mayhem and Monsterland. That one might not work. Let's try and take a look at this Castles of Dr. Creep. I know you can't see it yet. I'm trying to see if this is an actual playable version. It might be. It looks like it's might be set up as a 2-player game though. This might not work. All right. There we go. I was playing a 2-player version, which is not going to be possible. So here we are. Excuse me just one moment. I don't know why music suddenly started playing out of nowhere. I welcome it, but it's very weird that it didn't start when the game started. This looks promising though. This looks like this might be one of those like sort of single screen platformer type games. Those are my favorites when it comes to C64. Alright, so I don't really know what this screen with the arrow means. And you've now seen as far into the game as I have seen. This guy, he looks like a Lego man. Look at his head. It's an orange, like it's like an orange cylinder. It even has like I don't know what you call them, the little bumps that allow Legos to connect to one another. Looks like he's got a bump on the top, like a Lego man. Oh, it's a teleporter. Okay. I'm stuck on the oh. Oh, I can make it move. Interesting. All right, so it's a platforming type game. It's kind of an adventure game. We have a lot of stuff in the environment we can interact with. Okay, I've got to turn all those off. What's this do? Turns off that force field. Oh, you have to race. I can't get back on the... I can't climb! Oh, it's a pole. Of course they can't climb. It's one. It's not a ladder. Oh, wow. This is a clever game. Oh, that thing's just gonna chase me. No, I'm stuck down here. I can't. I can't do anything. Rough. This is a rough room. Hmm. Well, the things that I switched stayed switched. So I can make it move, but. Hmm. Oh. Alright, so where does this lead? What? I'm stuck. I can't go any further to the left. Oh, why can't I don't see what I don't see what's happening. I can't go to the left. Welcome back, Strength for Life. Had to make some ramen. I like the beef ramen. That's pretty much all I eat. I used to get the chicken ramen, but I kind of lost my taste for that one. I appear to be soft locked now. I can't run past this spot here. Nothing on the keyboard does anything. I can make a save state. That wouldn't be very useful. This is this is very annoying that I can't do anything. I have to restart the whole game just because I made one mistake here. Can you imagine? That's so terribly annoying. All right, well, let's do it. Okay, could start off by coming down here. Oh no, I couldn't. You can't go anywhere from here. You have to come down here after you have all the keys. But now I can't get back up. I'm in the same situation I was before. Wait a minute. The control button makes my character walk to the left. None of... Oh. You know, I always like kind of thought that using WASD to walk around was kind of weird in a game, but to walk left and right in this game, control walks to the left and 2 walks to the right. My first impression of this game, I was very impressed for like 1 second. And now I'm just annoyed by how frequently I soft lock. Put 2 beef packs together. I usually eat them 2 at a time as well. If I'm having ramen, I usually make 2 packs. Oh, what I normally get now though isn't even the Maruchan ramen. Like I've had that before. What I get now though is this. I don't know what it's called, but it's got a red and black bag that it comes in, and it's really spicy. All right. Well, let's see what a different room looks like. That room before was disappointing and annoying. Surprise zombie! I love spicy. I got a bad habit of eating spicy stuff, then continuing to eat it. Yeah, I'm kind of a fiend for spicy food. All right. I would just want to try and take a look at what all the rooms look like. Maybe I can get some, gain some more wisdom this way. I don't think I have the ability to jump, so that's something that's out of the question. Maybe this game has to be played with two people. There is no one-player mode. Oh. I think the idea of this game is you have to loop through the rooms several times. Uh-oh. There we go. Ghost pepper sauce. Pretty good. 1 hour later, why do I keep doing this to myself? So yeah, there's another thing. Like there's an invisible barrier here of some sort. I can't actually walk up to any of the switches in this room. I'm gonna try them all. Yep. I don't know what it is. It's just I don't know. It's so annoying. So, like, I can't approach these switches, but sometimes I can. And after I approach one, then I can approach another one somewhere randomly. But, like, nothing is changing on the screen. Like, you would think these switches would be, like, opening and closing, like, pitfalls in the floor or something, but they do nothing. It's just invisible force fields. This is not likable. Nobody enjoys trial and error like this. I think I like these single screen games though on the C64. I think part of the reason I like them is because the joystick is so terrible that like at least with a one screen challenge like this, you're not required to successfully pull off a lot of precision inputs in a row a lot of times. Like you've got more opportunities to like breathe and make mistakes and have your progress checkpointed. So far as I can tell, that accomplished nothing. A Rush Pirate, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. This is the castle of Dr. Creep, Derek, and it's pretty bad. This game looks like Evil Shoots and Ladders, Cal says. There's nothing I can do in here. I just except get roasted. All of that work, all of that work just to enter a room where all I could do was die. What's the goal? No clue. The goal is to solve the puzzles in each room and not die. And so far I'm failing. That's my guess at the goal anyway. I was too slow. We only have 3 lives? Oh, this is a rough game. I mean, it looks like it's huge. So I've got to push that square button and then slide halfway down that pole, press another button, and then make it through the door before the timer that starts when I push the square button runs out. goodness. I appear to be able to do nothing in this room. This is a super complicated game. Do something. It's coming for you. So I said this game was not good. This game actually seems not bad. It's just really big and complicated and like a lot more than I bargained for. Like when we do these variety nights, like I expect to pick up games that are like a little bit more like Donkey Kong or Popeye, where like arcade type games where they can be understood and potentially accomplished within a few minutes. But some of these C64 games are like just massive adventures, which are kind of cool. But I wish I knew that which ones were that going in, so that they could just have their own nights dedicated to them. We're going back over here. I don't know what to do about those zombies. I've already failed. I need a self-destruct button. Um, There we go. I don't know what button that would be on a regular keyboard, though. Alright, let's see if I can accomplish this room. I don't know if this room is doable in one go or not. It almost seems like it could be. Run. I'm dead. Let's go back down here. I don't think we're going to make a meaningful amount of progress in this, but I'm going to stick with it for a little while. Because it is starting to become slightly more clear the longer I play it. That zombie stayed active? I hope he goes away. He doesn't. Now I have to plan everything around this zombie in addition to all the other stuff. The ladders are made so, like, you run up too high and get stuck at the top of them. It's very rude. Manu Alejo, good to see you again. Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm in need of some hydration. This game is hurting me. Is this a music game? Fantasia presents Prince of Persia. uh, I don't think I could run back and forth between any of the switches to make any meaningful music. Well, I certainly couldn't say it has no music. The music it does have is none too impressive. Climb. This room has ended in failure. So there's no way for me to get past these zombies. So you can't do that part first. I think this game has to be played with two people. You know what? I think this is just not a one-player game. It looks like the two-player mode is two players simultaneously. That's really something. Okay, my goal in this room is just not to get soft locked. Goal failed. I don't want to come back over here. Oh, I thought I was dead. Thought I was dead for sure. I figured out this room. I figured it out. All right, here we go. This room can only be accomplished by looping through it multiple times. That's just all there is to it when it comes to this room. This room we can do. Maybe. Nope. I'm soft locked. The trouble with this room is that there are invisible conveyor belts on the floor. And those switches are telling us which way the conveyor belts go are moving. Soft locked. The switches tell us which direction the conveyor belts are moving, but we don't know which switch controls a conveyor belt on which floor. And if I run past a conveyor belt before I turn it off, then it's over. This is a game you have to play this with a pen and paper. This is a game you have to take notes. You can't hold all this information in your head at once. I should be drawing a map. I don't know what the order these are supposed to go in is, though. Dead. I don't even know if it's possible to do these in one life. Alright, let me grab a pen. There we go. Alright, so we've got we've got 4 floors. There's a ladder. Okay, there's a conveyor belt going to the right on this floor. I think there's one going to the left on the top left. There's one going to the right on the bottom floor. So we can't start in either of those locations. Oops. I didn't actually mean to take it from the very top of the game. Right now, like, my goal for the night, my thought is that it'd be nice to get one key. Can't start there. I keep not turning off the keyboard. And there are clearly things the virtual keyboard does. I don't know why the virtual keyboard doesn't map to a real keyboard. I didn't mean to do that. You would think if they have a virtual keyboard in the software and they have the ability to plug a real keyboard into this thing, that the buttons on the real keyboard would line up with the buttons on the virtual keyboard, but they don't. They just are all arbitrary. I don't get it. Perfect. So there isn't a conveyor belt up here. So this switch, I just turned off a conveyor belt that went to the right before. So it could have turned off either the top one or... Oh. I can find out by changing it left? No, that doesn't actually help. So I know it didn't affect either of the top left ones. It's either the top one or the... Wasn't this one. Alright, so... Switch 1 does not control the top one. No. Please stop going in there. Thank you for the stream. I should go. Good night. Thank you for being here, First Pixel. It was good to see you again. I hope that you have a great rest of your night as well, my friend. All right, so switch number 1. Goes down to here. So 1 to 2. Turn that off. So that turned off. I don't know what that turned off. That turned off this. Oh, that turned off this. So 1, 2, 3. Dead. Oh no, what have I done? It's 10 a.m. for you. Oh, I see. Well, have a great rest of your day. It's almost 2 a.m. for me. Wow. Opie Kimbo, great to see you. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. You have come in a very you've come at a very calamitous time. I've gotten myself into trouble. This is the castle of Dr. Creep on Commodore 64. This game is a nightmare. It's a wandering sort of adventure puzzle game where everything has to be worked out through trial and error. Oh, all right. I cannot do another C64 night until I get a different controller. I have got to get a controller with a D-pad, or I can never play a C64 game again. This joystick is too awful. I mean, I could get maybe a high quality joystick would be an option too, but I cannot continue to use this joystick. It is horrible. It's breaking my mind. Enjoying Frownie's suffering. I am suffering. This is just a brutal night. All right, come on. These better be right. 1, 2, 3, 4. I found number 4. I was wrong. I just want to get one key. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well, Opie. You keeping busy with some more film projects? I saw something in your Discord about interviews. I think that was in your Discord. Forgive me if I've got a wire crossed in my brain. It happens more frequently than I care to admit. I did 2 days of actor reels as a sound mixer. Very cool. One. Two. If you see, the thing about this that's terrible is if you do these in the wrong order, you soft lock. 3. 4. 5. 6. It's kind of obvious that one's 6, but I'm writing it down anyway. Oh, we cleared a room. Gonna do a few cook special effects. Like literally like a chef, or is cook an industry term? I don't know. Boat Ladder, welcome in. Hope you're having a great night, Boat Ladder. I am having a catastrophe on the C64 tonight. This is demonic. There's no way. There's no way you can be this fast. Well, maybe you can. That's our first successful loop. And we just have to do it a bunch more times. Cool special effects. That makes a lot more sense. I was like, is that I hope he's throwing industry terms at me. I don't know. Watch Light and Magic on Disney Plus about ILM There's some cool effects that they explained. They're very basic, so we're going to recreate them. Right on. No, this whole trip is already wasted. This room is free, though. This room is not free. This... No! Oh. Oh. The rooms are designed in such a way that you can't loop through one area. You have to go on a circuit through the whole castle. Do you know how long this game would take me to beat? this this game would take me years to work out. This game is not a series of puzzle rooms. The whole game is a giant puzzle box that it's like a Rubik's Cube. It's like a playable Rubik's Cube. But you have to every room has the potential to affect another one, and you can't loop through the same series of rooms twice. You've got to snake your way back and forth through every room in the castle multiple times. This is devilish. This has to be played. Like, you've got to take notes to play this game. Wow. Well, I'm glad I know what it's like. I think maybe we'll take a look at something else for a while. You know, the variety nights are supposed to be about spending an hour or so with a bunch of different games, not playing a game that's going to take me 30 hours to make any significant progress in. But you know what? At least I've learned what this game is like. And despite all my talk of misery, I actually think that this has the potential to be really cool. But it's not appropriate for a night like tonight. 31 hours. That's true. It'd take me 31 hours now because I wasted an hour just learning what kind of game it is. You got me there, Strength for Life. I don't understand what's going on. I don't think I've ever seen you this stressed. Oh, Opie, then clearly you were not here for Echo the Dolphin. That game ruined me. There's some stress here, but a lot of it is just having my mind blown. I can't believe how gigantic I can't believe how gigantic this game is. Like I feel like I don't even know. I don't even know what to compare it to. A realm of reminiscence. Welcome in, Rim. Great to see you. I'm at work. I'll be listening in my pocket. Thank you for the lurk, Rim. It's great to have you nearby. Oh man, I don't know. I was trying to think of something to compare this to. It's like I don't know. It's like in Harry Potter or something, like where they see like a little tent and they open it up and it's a mansion inside. Like that's what this game is like. And you sit down, like you're opening it up. You expect to open up a picture book, and you find it's got 800,000 words in like 4-point type. Like I don't know. The game is massive and so complicated. No wonder it's got a tracker. Look at that. It's got a thing up there that tracks how much time you've been playing. Right, 4 minutes and 30 seconds for us right now. Right, it's got 2 digits in the hours column. The 2 digits in the hours column for the timer. This is a big game. Kind of like point and click adventure. No, it's a platforming. It's a platforming adventure game. Not really platforming because you don't jump. It's hard for me to call a game where you can't jump a platformer, but it's a sort of walk around adventure game. Oh wow! All right, let's take a look at something else, though, my friends. Castles of Doctor Creep. This is a game I might play. I might play another time, but it's got to be on a night where we're like, this is all we're gonna do. uh, I'll take a look. Let me take a look at what else we've got. We'll put something else on, and hopefully, like I'm hoping for something a little bit more arcade like. Um, I don't think this one works. Thought you were gonna say hoping for something a little more challenging. Nope. Yeah, that game doesn't actually work. Sorry, I know it's thrilling watching me sort of scratch my head. Um Trying to put the next game on. Should only take a moment. Alright, this looks potentially promising. Alright, perfect. Let me... reset. This looks like Defender. Reset button doesn't work. I've got a million problems. Alright, for real this time. Let's try out Dropzone. So we've got Man, Nemesis. I couldn't read all those. I'm guessing they're enemy types. Look like they were enemies with associated point values. Spore, Planter, Blunderstorm, Trailer, Antimatter, NMI, Enemy, Android. Alright. So, let's see. Alright, so see, this looks like an arcade type game. Fly around and shoot the things. This is what we need after the oh, I'm dead. After the castles of Dr. Creep. This is the kind of thing we need, I think. The joystick is extremely sensitive. I'm not starting off so well here. Your rank is not listed. Practice recommended. Oh, that's a nice one. Looks like it looks like I spawn over a lava pit. No. Practice recommend. Oh, I need to be using that little I just need to use the map down there. Yeah, I wasn't looking at my map enough. That was my problem. Was that thing on my map? I didn't see it. No! How did I miss that enemy so much and then fly directly into it? I guess that red thing is the boss. Attack wave 1 completed. Beautiful. Whoa. Alright, I see a red thing on my map this time. I didn't actually see one before. That wasn't the same thing that got me last time. What's going on? The landscape killed me. All right, we beat a level. I'm already getting better. This is a hard game too. I think all video games are just too hard for me. I don't understand how this game works. Like, it becomes like a nightmare land after a while. Is that because I'm going too slow? Am I flying to the wrong place? See, now the place changed, and now we're in Nightmare Land, and there are a million projectiles everywhere. And then even when we die, we stay in Nightmare Land. I'm just gonna hang out here and let these red things come to me, I think. What is that? Okay, hang on. I've got a... Ooh. That's, I think, a screen wipe. Okay, so I can hit spacebar for the screen wipe. This game is so fast-paced. I don't know how anyone has the reaction speed necessary to handle these enemies. Look at how fast everything goes. Who can possibly have the reflexes necessary for this? I don't know if there is a practice mode. But if there is, I need it. Is there a speedrun category for this game for fastest death? Because I think I could, I think I could sweep the leaderboard. I like, I kind of like everything about this game except the fact that it runs at such a crazy fast speed. I don't know any game that's this fast paced. I mean, it's kind of unplayable because it runs so fast. I found out that I have those screen wipe missiles, but really they're useless to me because there's no way, like if I need to, if I'm in a situation where I need to wipe the screen of enemies, reaching over to press the spacebar is not an option. I have to take my hand off of the controller to press the spacebar. I can't. Who can take their hands off the controller at a time like this? That's not working for me at all. Well, this is rather disappointing. This is rather disappointing because this could be good. This could be a lot of fun. But it's not fun to play like this. MK, welcome in. It's just like in real life. Can't can't afford to take the time to hit the spacebar in real life. Look at the stream of bullets I'm firing, too. How do I ever miss anything? Even when I win, I lose. I think we've got to set our goal real low with this game. I think making it to stage 3 would be an unprecedented victory. Oh. No? I think I was doing something wrong. Hang on, let's throw our lives away real quick. I know why the world is becoming Nightmare World now, I think. I think that happens when the blue dots die. My goal, I think, is not to Wipe out the enemies? I think my goal is to protect the blue dots. Oops. Which unfortunately can die to friendly fire. I thought the blue dots were just more enemies. I thought my goal was to clear the space of enemies. Huh. My goal is to collect blue dots. I see. Well, you know, maybe I'll do a little better now that I understand what I'm supposed to be doing. Is this friendly? This thing that's flying around? It's blue. It's not friendly, but it's blue. That's not right. You can't teach me that blue is friendly and then make it blow me up. I still have to clear out all the enemies. There are two types of people in this world. People with the reflexes to play Dropzone and liars. This game, like, it doesn't even... It's just instantly, everything is instantly cranked up to 14. Forget about 11. No one has ever missed an enemy as much as I have missed that guy. There isn't a word. There's not a word existent in any human language to describe how quick you have to be to play this game. Uh, we have not invented. We have not invented a word for the required speed. Everyone else who comes in, I need to welcome him into the Monday night stream because this game runs so fast. We've gone back in time. Hey, things are going really well. Didn't need those enemies to show up. We were doing just fine without them. I don't understand. Oops. I don't understand why the levels last such inconsistent lengths of time. We'll keep at it a little while longer. I'm not convinced I won't discover anything else about the game. There's just so much to deal with. The game instantly just throws you in with... There's no time to get used to anything or to understand anything. No one could have ever done anything about that. This game is like the equivalent of those Mario Maker levels that just start off with the first screen completely polluted with enemies on every tile. Except there's no hidden power stars. There's no way to get through any of this stuff. It's just the enemies and their projectiles move around so fast they simultaneously cover every pixel on the screen. There's no safe zone. My projectile is too small to hit any enemies. I've got 3 of these guys chasing me. Oh, I can't light up a shot. I can't clear a path for myself. I'm in distress. Stack Cat, welcome in. Welcome to Dropzone on the C64. This game is an awful nightmare that runs at a blinding speed that no human can tolerate. Just stuff my face with water so you have to also. I was about to say I'll do it when we game over, but I game overed instantly. That's how fast this game runs. It's faster than the speed of thought. Unplayably fast. I think I would really like this game. I think I would really like this game if it were humanly playable. I mean, it seems like it's basically Defender. I just can't avoid anything. How can the enemies avoid a laser like this? I'm sweeping the screen. There's nowhere for them to slip between. There's nowhere for them to slip between, and somehow they do. I can't do a single thing in this game. I'm broken. This game has broken me. I should have never stopped playing Scooby-Doo. I should have dug my heels in and said we're playing that all night. Each game has only been worse than the one before. Thank you for the encouragement bombs, cows. I appreciate it. I am colossally discouraged at the moment. That's it from my screen wipes. Oh, great. The red guy materialized. I don't know, my friends. I don't know that I can get any better. I think I've learned everything there is to learn about the game. I think that I'm just incapable of playing it. Look at some of the dodges these things perform. You cannot tell me that's acceptable. Sometimes it just spawns you on the screen with like a homing missile pointed right for you. So what are you gonna do? It's not literally a missile, but it's an enemy that acts exactly like one. So I don't know. I'm thinking maybe last attempt. If I didn't learn anything significant on this attempt, then maybe we just end our suffering. I think this is not the game for me. I don't think this is the game for anybody. I thought I liked fast-paced. I thought I liked fast-paced shooter games. You know, like. Oh man, this this game makes Contra look like a point-and-click adventure. There is just nothing you can do. There is nothing you can do about this game. It is. Oh, frustrating. I don't like this one so much. It's almost great, but it plays at too fast a speed. I don't know how to handle it. So we're gonna put this one away. We'll try out. I think we'll try out one more game, probably. However, Contra is a point-and-shoot adventure. Since Statcat's here, Statcat, you recommended Rags to Riches to me, like a really long time ago, right? I think it was you. We could finally play that. Assuming it'll actually work. Let me see if I can switch over to it. Oh yeah? There's not anything inappropriate in this game, is there? Do I need to make sure I'm allowed to play it first? I didn't think you would do something like that to me, but the laughter makes me nervous. Can't get my windows back like I want them. There we go. I'm making sure I got the version with the right controller port, and it looks... All right. Let me reset it so we can all see the game together. I tried to reset it, and this is what it looks like. I don't think that's right. All right, here we go. A game of discovery and experience. Stay alive. Keep your food, rest, and alcohol meters up. If they both run down, game is over. Just like in real life. Earn money. Discover where, when, and how you can earn money. Earn $1 million in least number of days. Dangers. Avoid robber. He will take your cash. Avoid police. You will be jailed unless you have a haircut. Find a hotel before nightfall, 8 p.m. T for text, S for start. Text. Level 1, South Street Survival. South City is your starting point. This part of town has cheap hotels and food. You can obtain money by collecting and cashing in bottles, which are plentiful in the dump if you have a bone to pacify the dreaded junkyard dog. Life is tough. West. Straighten up and fly right. In West City, Life is easier, but you'll need more money. Rooms are available only by the week. You can obtain money by working odd jobs if you are on time, have a haircut, and an empty alcohol meter. Plan your day. Be efficient. East. To get a good education, East City has a high school and a college. Here lies the key to securing the high-paying careers and the good life in North City. Get to class on time. Level 4, North. Step up to big pay. With an education, your dreams are within your reach in North City. Work hard, invest your money to build wealth. Good luck. Autobus, welcome in. Or Autobus. I don't think I got a... I'm not sure... I'm not sure if I got that right or not last time. But welcome in. Happy to have you back with us. Doing pretty good. Just having trouble finding a C64 game tonight that I'm actually able to play. Control stick. Press button to stop walking. Walk away. Walk left. Walk right. Bend over. Pick up. Joystick functions as a switch. It need only be tapped to change direction or control action. You must stop, press button before bending over or walking back. Huh. Okay. All right, well, I'm in jail. I'm out. That robber just took my money. Run. Game over. Food, rest, and alcohol meters empty. Press letter N for a new game. Oh, I didn't watch my meters. Wait, is this Rambo 1? it reminds me of that. All right, so first attempt went terribly. I didn't eat. I didn't eat for like 2 hours, I guess, and so I died. All right. So step 1 is to get some food, it would appear like. It would appear. Oh, look at that. Big money. Oh, no. $24-hour store. Huh. Can I rest on the bench? Nope. City Park. Oh, there we go. Soup kitchen. Oh, perfect. All right, there's the hotel, $2. Subway. Okay, could get a $4 lunch if I were hungry for that. Do I actually need to buy alcohol? It seems like a terrible waste of money. Roach Hotel, $2 a night. I have all this money. I need a bones, $1. I have a bone in my inventory already. I need a bank or something. Stands Market. Junkyard. Oh, you can get bottles from the junkyard. Back to the city. I don't know what's at the edge of the world over here. $10. Oh, it's getting late. I better go back this way. 8 p.m.'s coming up. I need to get to a hotel. Oh no, it's nighttime. You know, this character kind of looks like me. Blue shirt, big guy, beard. Getting robbed. I didn't make it. Jesse Thompson, welcome in. Welcome to Rags to Riches on the C64. I've failed 2 attempts so far, but I've gained some wisdom. And overall tonight, let's see, we've played a lot of games tonight already. We played Scooby-Doo for an hour and a half or so, and that game was really good. I kind of regret that I stopped playing it. I think I could have. I think I should have stuck with it and just tried to beat that game, and then I wouldn't have suffered as much as I did. But we moved on for that. We played. Amiga Cammy, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Very nice to have you with us, and I appreciate you coming on board with the stream, with the follow. Thank you for that. We played Scooby-Doo. Second was Castles of Dr. Creep. That game is very ambitious, a big game, very difficult. Might come back to it someday, but it's way too complicated for like a variety kind of night like we're doing now. But we gave it about an hour to see what it was about. After that was Dropzone, which is terrible. Dropzone is almost amazing, but it runs way too fast. I can't play it because the game moves too fast. I might have a broken copy. I can't believe the game is supposed to run as fast as it was running. I think something is wrong with my copy. And now we're trying Rags to Riches. And this game, first impression is okay. It seemed like it was going to be really confusing, but so far actually playing it, it feels a little more manageable than I went in expecting. Rage to Riches? Maybe. Thanks, no problem. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's take it from the top. So first thing we want to do is just make a rush for the soup kitchen. Run from him, run from him. Okay, we've actually got a couple hours before that's going to work for us, though. Really need to watch that time limit there. All right, rest and food. Are all built up. All right, well, I guess out of curiosity, I gotta see what happens there. I'm out of bottles now? I don't know what the wine shop did for me. Job, 1 p.m. Run inside, quick. No, he still got me. Well, I don't have any money, so... I have a lot of bones. Uh-oh. Oh, I lost all my bones. Run. I don't have the required $2 to stay in the hotel. I've got 2 hours to find $1. Didn't go so well. Alright, can I go to the 24-hour store? Can I get any food? No food? No rest? It's weird that food and rest are the same meter. We're about to die, but we might be able to make it to a hotel if we're really lucky. Nice! Alright, I gotta figure out where to get a haircut. I need the soup kitchen to open. I'm just gonna stand here. I'll walk back and forth a little bit. No, that was a big mistake. Let's That's right. Who's chasing who now? You better run. You heard me? No. What an adventure. What an adventure this is. This game is. All right, get some food. He got me. He got me. I don't remember where the pawn shop was. I haven't built a mental map of this place. I need a... really need to sort of focus up here. So if you walk out of the city, you can just walk forever and you'll never make it anywhere and you will run out of time. That's what I've discovered. I think I can take my bottles to the pawn shop. I've got more bottles than it can show on screen. That's probably because it's more than I can carry. Here we go. That did nothing for me. I'm not really sure where I'm supposed to take my bottles then. Take them here. Maybe? I don't know. I'm checking into the hotel. I have to check into the hotel after 8 p.m. This game is so silly. Somebody needs to do something about that robber. Here we go. Turn my bones into bottles. Turn my bottles into dollars. It really does take... If the bones are $1 a piece, and the bottles earn me $1, and the bones turn into bottles, there's no... Please give up. Please give up. Why are you chasing me so much? He chased me right out of town. This is Rambo. Looking just like Rambo. I'm walking right back in. Can't keep me out. This is my town. Tolatier, welcome in. You always have the craziest games, Frownie. I like to play. I like to play bizarre games. This game's pretty weird. I kind of like it though. I wish I were a little better at it. All right, I think it said we start in the South City. That was bad timing. You know, I'm actually trying to take the subway to leave town, officer, so you don't have to chase me. I'm actually trying to leave town. uh, oh no. All right, I gotta get some food and rest ASAP. 24-hour pizza place? No, what? I literally walked into the pizza place. How am I dead? All right, well, fresh start. Oh, pawn shop takes my ticket and gives me $1. I forgot to eat at the beginning of the game, so I instantly died. This game is called Rags to Riches, and it's on the C64. Commodore 64. Eventually, we'll get a cycle going where I won't just immediately like starve to death first thing in the morning. Maybe we won't. Look, my rest meter is already gone. You die so quickly. I think I'm working too hard at the start of the game. Picking up all these bottles. Maybe the first thing to do is to go into the 24-hour store. Well, that turned my bottles into coins. I can't survive long enough to go to the soup kitchen. I see. The big move is to the true roguelike. The big move is to start off by immediately going to jail so you can rest. It's pretty messed up. We're going east. State College. Class 10 a.m. Tuition $100. I think it's $100 a day. Can I stay here? Nice. Okay, we can get a slice of pizza. What's this? Fill up our high school education meter a little bit. There we go. Get some pizza so we don't starve to death immediately. Run, 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 run. Uh-oh. It's getting late. We're not gonna make it to class on time. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Let me see. How do I pause? There we go. And fresh bottle of water and everything. Thank you, Jesse. This is an interesting game. It's kind of fun. We could work on this one for a while. I don't know if I'm going to make it to $1 million. Tonight necessarily. I might have to play this a few times to get good enough at it, but it's definitely kind of fun. In its own weird way. Okay, we're gonna go back over to that east side of town where we were before. I headed over here a bit too soon. No, life is bad. Oh, now I desperately need to find $2. Actually, I need 3. I'm halfway there. Perfect timing. Quick, go to bed. I gotta skip that coin so I can make it to class. Alright. Oh. Well, you know what? I wanted to be back on this part of town anyway. No. Somebody help! Somebody help! He's not giving up! Somebody help! I haven't found any benefit to filling the alcohol meter, so I am just not. I'm gonna die, though. I don't have any money for a hotel or food. Oh, please, someone leave $1 in the street. I stayed up all night. Quick, get to the pizza place. Before you die, get to the pizza place. I don't have any money. I was talking to that robber. Ah! I was thinking about avoiding him. And I died. It's so easy to die of starvation in this game. That's the furthest I've ever made it, though. Start off this cycle by immediately being robbed. Oh yeah, I don't have any money. Do your worst, robber. I actually had $10. Got me going down a rabbit hole Googling this game. Excellent. Just don't spoil anything for me. Alright, let's check out another part of town. Let's go west, just so we can learn where everything is. I know the game told me at the very beginning, but... West Side Bar. Apartment, $20 a week. Road closed. $4 meal. I'm trying to find out where I can get a haircut. Guess that's the gas station? Get some food, but I'd rather find a hotel. Package store. Haircut, $4. Alright, haircut. Where have you been all my life? Look at that. Cop's not going to give me trouble now. Kind of late. Maybe get myself a $1 burger. I think I'm going to be out all night. Let me get myself another $1 burger. These $1 burgers are the only thing keeping me off of keeping me out of the grave. Well, I am about to die. All right. Another trip. Oh, when they cut my hair, they didn't really cut my hair, they cut my beard. That's terribly upsetting. Pawn my ticket for $1. I just lost $4. That is annoying. That is very annoying. The only way to start a playthrough of this, you have to go to jail at the beginning. Otherwise you'll die from lack of rest. You just can't get away from the robber. It's so annoying. Why'd the robber have to spawn and not the cop? Just go and turn myself in. There's nothing that refills your rest meter within walking distance of the spawn point, though. So when you start, you just have to hope a cop spawns, or you immediately lose. Which I have done. Perfect. It's so rare to actually get away from that guy. It's irritating. Run! Not enough money to sleep. Dead again. Picked up a few things reading. I might, I might see if I can look up a manual or something at some point if I'm failing to make progress. I don't really feel like my lack of progress is from lack of knowledge as it is lack of execution at the moment, though. I mean, I don't know that I'm not playing optimally, but I gotta think that it's a matter of poor luck and execution. It's a matter of getting robbed every 2 steps. I can't make this guy just go away. He's relentless. I just gave up and gave him my money. Oh yeah, I don't have any money. Robbers are very persistent, that they are. I appreciate the offer, but that's not, that's not really how I like to play. I like to do everything the hard way. I really like to figure everything out for myself if I can. So I appreciate it, but I'm gonna stick with what I've been doing. Yeah, that's what I like about it. It's kind of weird because it's like figuring out some of these retro games. It's like trying to solve a puzzle with a lot of pieces missing. Is how it feels a good deal of the time, because like the people who made these games were just not very good at conveying their thoughts clearly in the medium of video game. So it feels really exciting when you are able to kind of read their mind and eventually put things together. I'm frightened of the amount of cash I'm carrying. $10. I'm the richest man on the planet. So I'm hoping if I run into a robber, I'm hoping that $10 down there is banked now, and he'll only take my loose cash. I don't imagine I'll be so lucky, but that's my hope. I thought bones were $1 a piece, but that's not the case. You know what? Take me. Master Tuesday, welcome in Tuesday. The cop, the cop was determined to catch me until he saw the robber straight ahead. Uh, Stream Kyle, welcome to the stream. Thank you for following. I really appreciate that, my friend. Did I wish you a happy Tuesday? I meant to. I'm just gonna let the cop take me every time I see him. That's my plan. It's just to run straight into him. Can I go here again? I can. Nice. Keep the old energy up. Happy Tuesday to me too. I saw that robber there for a second. That could have been bad. My hopes are soaring. We're approaching. We've got $15. Are we going to get $20? I've never even heard of such a large amount of cash. One more dollar. That guy scared me. I thought he was the robber. $20. Can you believe it? Going to jail doesn't seem like it has much consequence. It doesn't. Not at all. In fact, it refills your rest/food meter. So it's actually highly beneficial. My stomach is making all kinds of noises. Sorry if the mic is picking up all that rumbling down there. Yeah. All right. What I've been doing has been working for me, but I'm gonna be adventurous, and I'm gonna try to go get a haircut today. Someday, I dream of living in an apartment that costs $20 a week. I clearly don't remember where the haircut place is. Let's get a hot dog. I thought the haircut place was in this part of town, but there it is. No, it's the robber. It's the first time we've seen him. Don't catch me, I need my money. Don't catch me. That was very lucky. Let's head east. All right, let's get ourselves some education. I seem to have lost a lot of money. Oh no, I'm about to die of hunger. When the robber caught me, I think that he took $10. Time for me to head off to bed, Cow says. Hope you enjoy your time in jail. Well, thank you for that, Cows. I'll do my best. The cop doesn't arrest you if you have a haircut. If you don't have a beard. It's illegal to have a beard in this world. Rest up in jail, I'll rest in bed. Sounds like a good idea. Sounds like a plan. We'll see you again, Cows. There may not be a stream tomorrow night. Tomorrow night we need to play it by ear. I think that I might not make it. And if I do, it'll probably be late. I'll try to announce in the Discord when I'm setting up, so you'll have sort of a 30-minute heads up. But I wouldn't. If you have any other plans tomorrow night, I wouldn't cancel them in hopes of a stream. That's what I'm telling everybody. It's a good chance that I won't be here tomorrow night. So if I don't see you, have a great weekend, Cows. Come on, I want to go to sleep. Gotta get to class. Ooh, that dollar's still there. No one picked it up all day long. Pick it up and immediately turn it into a slice of pizza. And a second slice to get me through the day. And we'll walk around collecting coins until it's time to go to bed. Cop scared me. was scary. Oh no, now I'm gonna die. I need food. Just to be safe, I decided to buy an extra slice of pizza. I'm not sure how often I have to get haircuts, but pretty sure it has to happen, you know, more than once. I don't think I'm getting away this time. I'm not getting away this time. What? He double spawned. What a jerk. That was so unfair. Oh no, my beard is back. Oh, I don't need to go to class anymore. Nice. Alright, let's go get a haircut and try and get a job. You know what? That's fine. For Eamon, great to see you. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. No one is safe. No one is safe. That robber is ruthless. Okay, might as well get a free meal. Alright, and I believe that haircuts are in the west. They are, and they're in the other direction. What's the goal here? The goal here is to earn $1 million. I think that's what it said. Maybe $100,000. Maybe I misread. We sort of wander the city doing things and trying not to get robbed. Alright, let's see if I can get a job here. 4 p.m. it says. I don't know if that worked or not. Did my money increase? $10 a week for an okay room. Oh, there's $1 over there. Alright, it looks like I work at a restaurant and my hobby is collecting money on the street. That's our new life. I wonder if I can work at more than one job if I show up at the right time. Because, look, there's a job here at 10 a.m. I'm too late to work right now, but... Oh, I need to head back the other direction. Wish I could find anything in the streets that easily IRL. Yeah, me too. The most I've ever found, like, free money that I found out in the wild was $40. Hope picking this up doesn't make me late for work. Run, he's coming for your money. He's back already. Run, somebody help me. He just stole my whole paycheck. What a jerk. I think I've got $10 worth in my entire life. Looks like I could use some food. I'm gonna get an expensive lunch here. I'm gonna try and work this job over here. See if I can have 2 jobs. Come on, 10 a.m. All right. It's 12 a.m. I can go work at the other place. Maybe. My 2 jobs are so far away from each other. Look, I just gotta let this guy rob me. I'm gonna be late for work. I blame Twitch chat. It doesn't let me input the help command. That's some pretty good timing. That's some pretty funny timing, the Streamlabs. I had a C64 back in the day. I never played this game or anything even like it. It's pretty cool. My beard's starting to grow back, so I'm gonna have to go get a haircut again tomorrow. If I don't think we can work if we have a beard. This robber, he's always camping my second job. And a ZX Spectrum clone? Someone stop this robber. Someone stop him. Oh, he chased me for an hour. 2 hours. He chased me for 2 hours. All right, yep, we gotta go to the barber shop. We gotta skip work this morning. Oh no, we don't have to skip work. Barber shop's here in this part of town. Perfect. Nothing to worry about. I'm such an enthusiastic employee. I just show up for work and just stand outside the door waiting for the boss to let me in. Okay, I need to get some lunch. Well, time for my daily mugging. It spawned the robber right next to me at the start of the new day, and he stole $9. This is going horribly. Like, this should be like a dream situation. 2 jobs, and a place to live right next to the barber shop. But I just can't build up any money. I keep getting robbed every day. I just want to stand here till it's time for work. There we go. Could use some food, but I think I'll just go to bed. This looks like Monopoly with way too many community/chance cards. I mean, we're kind of at a part where, like, I think we've fallen into a cycle here that it's going to be kind of hard to break out of this grind. Ooh, do I go for the apartment? I think not. $40. Who would have ever imagined we'd make our way up to $40? That is wild. Run from the robber, run from the robber. Gotta get away. I can never get away from this guy. Buy an NFT. The object of the game isn't to go bankrupt. It's a pretty bizarre game, but it's one of those things that you can easily just, I think, fall into, and at least I seem to have. Oh, my hat's growing back. That's how you know it's almost time for a haircut, when your hat starts growing back. All right, we just topped $50. That's cool. We're going to have to pay $10 for rent pretty soon, though. Oh, we've got to do it without turning to a life of crime. We can't be like that guy. He got a little bit of cash off of us, but look, $60 in the pocket. I've got nothing for him to take. Money in the bank is safe. All right, we just paid our rent. Getting that haircut. I think this game takes a long time. Yeah, a lot of times he'll just spawn on top of me at the start of a new day. The robber is a frustratingly unmanageable situation, unfortunately. But every $10 we get, we bank, so that helps a lot. He can only take our loose cash. Oh, thank goodness the cop showed up. Come on, 4 p.m. All right. $62. We are back on top of the world. I shouldn't have even bothered running. I gotta eat something. This robber is unstoppable. He's spawned 3 times in 1 hour already. And stole my money. I don't like this game. Alright, well, I'm tired of doing the same thing every day. We're headed to the north side of town. I don't have a ticket. We're not going to work today. We're skipping work. We're gonna go up north. This may destroy my playthrough, but I'm willing to risk it rather than just sit here in a loop of doing the same thing for, 12 hours. $40 a week for a loft? I'd rather just sort of see... Oh, high school diploma required. Employment office, job, 8 a.m. Well, I have a high school diploma. We're just going to stay in this loft. And we're going to work over there now. I think I have a high school diploma. I went to high school for the long as the game let me. College degree required. Executive towers. High-paying career. A debit card that's accepted everywhere. I don't know if I'm allowed to have 2 properties. No, it's the IRS. Did you see what just happened? Our playthrough just ended. The IRS took all the money in the bank. That's a hilarious joke, but it also ruined the playthrough. I should have bought that loft while I could. Oh, and I ran out of food right outside of my home. Oh, what a way to end. That's that's like the perfect way for that game to end on us. If we had to lose a playthrough, if I had to lose a playthrough, I'm so happy it happened like that. uh, GG's anyway. Thank you. Thank you for the GG. I appreciate that. Um, wow. I need to get some food in me. All right, my friends. I think we're gonna wrap the stream up. Oh no, Wolfman Gaming. Thank you for the follow. Not oh no because of that, but I was I hope you didn't just arrive because I was actually about to end the stream, and I hate to do that to you. Um, I really appreciate the follow, but I don't want to. I feel like such a jerk ending the stream right as you show up. So I hope that you've been able to lurk for a while at least. And if you haven't, I hope you'll consider giving me another chance and stopping back in. Um, but yeah, I think we're gonna wrap things up for tonight, my friends. We've been going for quite a while. It's getting a little late. I'm obviously getting a little hungry. My stomach is rumbling so much. Um, but it's been a really good time. Enjoy the rest of your day or night. You too. You as well. You as well. Oh, good. Go get some food. You've been going for 5 hours. Yep, 5.5. I usually, I'll sometimes go much longer even, but tonight I do need to get moving. Unfortunately. I'll catch you next time. Thank you, Stream Kyle. Thank you, Boat Ladder. Thank you for Eamon and Wolfman Gaming. Thank you very much. We'll head off on a raid. I think I'll push us in the direction of Abbey Rebel. They're doing something retro over there that looks odd. I don't know what it is, and I want to find out. So I'm going to push the stream in that direction for our raid. I am typing on the Commodore keyboard, trying to put in the raid. Something retro this way comes. Nice. Yes. All right, my friends. So normally I would stream on Thursday nights, but I likely won't be around tomorrow because I've got to spend some time with Jelly before she heads off on her vacation. I may show up really late. I wouldn't cancel any other plans to make the stream. If I do stream tomorrow night, it'll probably just be Super C. I'm working on a challenge run in Super C, so that's probably what we're gonna be doing. If I show up on time, we might do some Pikmin 2 because Pikmin 2 really needs to be done. It really needs to get a good healthy chunk of playtime. But yeah, sometime after 10:30 p.m. Central Time, probably even after midnight if I do show up just for a couple hours. Excuse me, but normally I'm streaming several nights a week around 10:30 p.m. Central Times when we start up. Um, if you if you want sort of more details, the Discord is the place to be. But the raid timer is running down on me, friends. So we're gonna take off. Thank you very much one last time. Now let's head out. It's time to go on an adventure.